present Ruth Zana. She's a PhD fellow at the Landbouwkunde or Agriculture University. She will give her talk here today. I will give her the word and give a better introduction and description of the topic.
So thank you, and thank you for coming today. And so I will start. I'll be talking about my research at Landbouwkunde, or the Agriculture University of Iceland. So I'm a PhD candidate, and I'm in my second year, and I'm working on subarctic grasslands in the south of Iceland, and I'm studying different growth processes, like how these plants grow, and also studying like plant stress. I will explain a little bit that in detail, and also see how they cope in this new global warming phenomenon. So I will start by my introduction, so who I am and what is my research all about, and how come I'm in Iceland right now. So I'm a Cameroonian born. It's located in central West Africa. And then I did my undergraduate in Cameroon, and then I moved to France for my graduate studies. And then I moved a little bit to South America to deepen my knowledge. It was still in my master's program. And then I moved back to France, where I worked for a year, and then I applied for a position in a project that I'm working right now. And then that's how I find myself in Iceland. So what's the project all about? It's called Future Arctic. You have the links below if you want to look what they do. We also have a Twitter page of the project, you can follow our research. We do little videos and post pictures of what we are doing and our different outcomes, like preliminary outcomes. And this project has 15 early stage researchers or PhD students. And we are in different countries in Europe, 6 countries, and different academical backgrounds, and others in non-academical companies. And we focus more on studying how carbon will escape in the subarctic in the future climatic conditions. So I'm working in the south, as I said. It's in Fenekete. It's not far from Selfoss. And we have a research site which we call a natural laboratory, because the soil, the geothermal soil, is not man-made, it's natural. And we have one geothermal soil, one grassland that has been warmed for over 50 years now, and the other just had its underlying geothermal soil shifted due to an earthquake in 2008. Maybe you remember that for those that were in Iceland or maybe on the news. And due to that, we have different objectives and research questions that have been going on there. And on the Forward website, we have already scientific publications that are already out, and others still in writing. So how is the plots distributed? So I explained a little bit. So we have different transects. It's like plots in a line. So going from A to F, where A is ambient temperature, there's no soil warming, and then when F is approximately plus 20 degrees Celsius. And we measure this soil temperature annually, and we have temperature loggers in the soil that measures continually. And then throughout this gradient, we ask ourselves different questions, you can have people studying microbial activities in the soil, with soil chemistry, the water. And I am studying the above ground, which is the plant itself. So what's happening in the plant, and what's going on, how is it growing, and everything. So I will start by saying why this interest in soil warming and this effects on grasslands. So you have been listening on the media maybe, or in different researches, how global warming is affecting this century so much, and every ecosystem worldwide is affected by global warming, climate change. And the subarctic grassland, they get warmed faster than all these other ecosystems. So these subarctic grasslands, so we want to see how they can respond to long-term soil warming, and we usually use a little bit of soil warming like a proxy to global warming, but that is another concept, because atmospheric warming is kind of different than soil warming. But it's also nice in itself to know what soil warming can do on different physical or chemical processes of different plants that we have. And so what do we measure? Like all these stories, but how do we measure and what do we measure usually? So one, we have what we call a vegetation index. So I showed a picture of satellite images taken by NASA. And here we can see like the greening process is like when you see all the plants during the spring, they start becoming green. Now if you go outside, there's no snow, all is brown because they're all dead, but soon they will start becoming green again. So we measure when they start to become green and when they start to become brown, like when they die. And some research found that like some of these ecosystems also in the north, they're like in the Arctic, they die faster, so they become brown very, very fast. So we use like a vegetation index to estimate or to get this browning and greening in the vegetation. And I am not using the remote sensing because it's called remote sensing, like with satellites and other unmanned like drones and everything. So I do not use that, but I have some colleagues that we collaborate together. But me, I'm more also, another vegetation index is like to predict like photosynthesis, like the uptake of plants, how they like take photosynthesis and how do they do that, are they stressed, like stress is like, is there something hindering them from taking the photosynthesis they need? And then for that we can use these vegetation indices, and we have like remote sensing as the first slide I showed, and then we have the ground truthing. I am doing the ground truthing, like I do that with handheld equipment, and I measure that like with handheld equipment instead of flying over with a drone or something. So we have like equipment that we bought from the Sky Instruments, I think they're in London, Canada, sorry. And then we have older the tetraprobe, which measures the soil moisture in the soil to see like all these components, because though we can measure all these indices, we have to compare that to something normal or natural, like environmental parameters, like water and sun. Like we have now the power, which measures the photosynthetical active radiation, like the sunlight that goes directly to the plants. And with that, we can then calculate different parameters or correlate these different parameters and see what's happening in the plant. So that was like at a community scale, but now I have like an individual plant, like a species, like what is happening in the species in its growth processes. So another colleague again, she's working on the below ground, like the roots part, because they also grow separately. So me, I'm focusing on the above ground, while she's focusing on the below ground, and we try to work on the same species so that tomorrow we can compare our results and say, okay, we have the phenological stages of these individual, what's happening across the soil warming level for this individual. Is it changing below ground or above ground? And we started like the growth stages, the traits measures, like for traits, I'm like how the first leaf coming, is it flowering, is it budding, and like if the plants maybe flower, let's say for example, every March, and then suddenly with global warming they start flowering in April. Now we saw the birds migration, like maybe you saw that on TV, and let's say they come and they see no flower, or they come maybe when the flowers are not there anymore. Then it changes all the cycle, and maybe some species may die or something like that. So phenology is really good, and we see how these growth processes can be affected by soil warming. And these are the different little things we measure. So we select species that we want to measure, and then we see the different traits, trait that we should measure to, and then we kind of categorize the main ones. And then we have like the emerging of leaves, the emerging of flowers, so the stems, the flowering, the seed set, when the seed falls, and then when it starts to die. And then with that, we add some nutrients to see if there's like some nutrients in the soil that can like affect, because the plants need some nutrients to grow and everything. So we also measure the nutrient content in the soil to see what's happening in the plant. And then we also do some chemical analysis, which is kind of expensive, but we try and select little plants where we can do the chemical analysis. And also we saw like we had a little bit of herbivory happening on our plants, but this is not like animal large scale herbivory, it's more like insect herbivories or maybe birds And we also do some traps to catch them, and then study these insects or arthropods, or like, so insect herbivory. And then plant stress. So how does a plant feel? I mean, all of us, I think maybe once in our life we got stressed somehow. So the plants too, they get stressed, maybe like mechanical, physical, and how do they feel and what's happening within the plant. So not to see the plant doctor, no, that's another story, but yeah, so how do they feel? So if it's like everything is good, all the conditions are good, I'm happy. And if something starts to become bad, like there's no water, or the temperature is too hot, or it's too maybe cold, or the soil is contaminated, or the nutrients extreme, or there's lack of nutrients, so something happens to the plant and it starts to die, or you see maybe the color starts to change. Maybe you have maybe your home plants, that's another story, but maybe the flowers become yellow and they start having something happening. And then for our plant water status, I'm doing the water status. So I have an instrument called the Scotland, the pressure chamber, which measures the water status of the plant. And in, how to explain it like real breakdown, but so I selected an individual or individuals, and then I take the leaves or the stems, and then I put them in the little chamber there, and I put some air, and I see the threshold or the saturated point where the plant kind of say, okay, I'm done, this is okay, I'm dying, and then I record that, and it's a whole process. I have another instrument which measures now what's happening within the plant. This I don't need to kill completely the plant, like I can do like a clamp on, like I have another chamber, I have light that is regulated, but you can also do that with ambient light, which is kind of complicated in Iceland because from one minute to another the light kind of flips and you need like a constant light to do certain measurements, and I do that on the leaves, on the circles you see there. And then with the instrument, we set some parameters in the instrument, and then certain things like assimilation rate, which is for photosynthetic rate, it's calculated. I also set some other parameters. And then at the end of the day, I want to know what area of the leaf I was measuring, because that's what I would be talking about, like doing the calculations and everything. So I just cut the leaf that I was measuring, I leave the plant alone, and then I do like another technique in the lab where I calculate the leaf area and other parameters. And last but not least, I do what I call the above ground plant productivity, like have been a lot of biomass during the years. Is it like slowing, growing, and we do that once a year when it's like the peak season and all the plants are really good, everything is very high, and we take the leaf area index and then we cut the plants, and we have been doing that since 2013. And the project also has been going on since 2013 after the earthquake in 2008. And so it's like a big multi-dimensional approach of quantifying plant responses in subarctic grasslands at different sort of warming levels. And here I have like different seasons in Iceland. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ruth.
Yeah.
So we can open the floor to some questions in the room. If you want to engage with some of the topics. I just maybe start. I was so interested in that concept of ground truthing. Well, I think that was what it was called.
Ground truthing. I'll take an example. Like let's say for example, modeling, statistical modeling. You can predict things, or you can fly with a drone, but how do you estimate the parameters you calculate? How do you verify that? Like, how can you maybe talk to the public, or maybe write a scientific publication and say, okay, I've flown with the drone, and this is the correct parameter that I had. this is what I had and this and that. And at the end of the day, you need to back that with something. And then on my side, I take those data like directly on the ground. So I measure every single plant with a ruler. I don't stay like I do every single step. And and then tomorrow they can use my data to say, okay, we had these aerial photograph of this specific ecosystem, and then we had someone that did like a long survey and went on the ground and had these data, and then we can compare like, okay, our result is based on someone's also findings. So it's like a verification of other research. At the end of the day, it's like different protocol, like let's say for example these vegetation indices. If the person flying with the drone has the same results as me tomorrow, we do not need to walk like 30 or 45 minutes hiking up a hill to calculate the same thing maybe with an handheld instrument. We just fly and we know the accuracy maybe of our results. So that is the part of the ground truthing methods.
And is the drone sort of collecting data
Yes.
during the flights?
Yes, it collects data, and they have like different aerial photographs. I know there's like multispectral images, RGB, and on other kind of data they collect. But yeah, and at the end of the day, they calculate kind of the same indices as me, and then we kind of collaborate together to see if we have like similarities or dissimilarities, because dissimilarities are also results. So yeah, that is the ground truthing part I'm doing. Yeah.
It's a beautiful way of phrasing it. Some questions in the audience?
Yeah.
It's great.
I'm really curious about, did you talk at all about biodiversity? I mean, as I imagine, Icelandic, these kind of areas that you're looking at, they're very low in biodiversity, no? But that biodiversity, it's like low biodiversity is a kind of diversity in itself somehow. And is that something that should also be preserved in some way?
Like biodiversity, do you
Like
on the plant scale
Yes.
or animal scale or?
how many types of plants per, I don't know.
Oh, okay, yeah. For the plants, we study mostly the plants that are common to Iceland or some Arctic ecosystems. But then in 2016 we did a species richness and abundance of plants in the area. And then we want to do maybe this or next year, another species abundance, to see if it changed or not, or if it's like evolving or not. So that's a nice question. And also with the biomass, we do not go further in the species, what you call biodiversity or richness abundance. Yeah, we don't go deep into that. All we do is we kind of see what happens throughout the years for these species, classes, because I would say like monocots and dicots are different classes. So yeah, we see what's happening between these classes, or sometimes we just stand on the total biomass maybe of the plant, of the soil, and But then we want to know if the species there have been changing or not, and there's some also herbivory studies going on there. And I think on the Forward website you can have like nice detailed publications describing that on different communities, even microbial communities for those interested. Yeah, that'd be great.
And the plants that you are studying, are specific plants in particular, or like what is
Yes, maybe you know one of the plants is like in the summer in Iceland. For those that usually are there in the summer, it's like yellow everywhere. Ranunculus acris, which is the buttercup plant.
Yeah,
I think I have a picture.
Yeah.
This. Yeah. So this is one of the plants I study, and there's another one called agrostis. Maybe usually like for him, if I'm not wrong. And there's also an equisetal. I do not know the common name, but it's called Equisetum pratense. I'm sorry, I don't know the common name. But yeah, ranunculus is one of the species I'm studying because it's kind of common everywhere. And yeah.
And I'm curious also, when you're comparing the data that you do above ground and then the person that you were saying that do below ground,
Yes.
is it quite like a collaborative practice?
Yes. We are in the same project, and she's studying below ground, and she's studying roots. I know she's studying root phenology. I don't want to say anything. I don't know. But I do know she's studying root phenology, and we had a meeting once on how we can collaborate together on these same species we studied and see how we can measure our results and see what's happening. Like she has a below ground phenology or growth processes, and I have the above ground growth processes, and it would be nice to know all the spectrum of the plant in the environment. So yeah.
Also, if there's any questions for online audiences, please feel free to put some in comments.
Yeah. Yes, I can. I'll let you know if something comes in.
Thank you.
Lisa, I guess I have a curatorial question for you here as well, because I've been thinking that because of course we were here yesterday, and that kind of the focus is different today. It's kind of thinking much more with people who are directly looking at ecology. Also people who are not really necessarily in the art world in this kind of pure way as we imagine a bit, right? Like a lot of the folks speaking today. So I guess what I'm interested in is like how are you also thinking of like this work that is happening, this idea of the future and kind of where we are headed and kind of this relationship to kind of this exhibition, which is very much, of course, in like a bizarre way, right? Like also thinking of like, I don't know, whatever the future Arctic was, but like 300 years ago.
Yes,
So I think I would just be interested in perhaps how you kind of imagine this space as also activating these discourses a little bit, and perhaps, what type of conversations were you having as well when you were kind of researching?
No, I think just creating a platform for discussing the topics of the exhibition. Of course, you could maybe get, let's say, a specialist in the travel report, let's say, or something. So, and then you would maybe get a very nationalistic aspect of the discourse there. So I thought it was more important to go into different fields that are associated that we're learning from. Quite, there's this intersectional point between we doing research as artists as well as to have the contributions from the scientific point of view. And exactly like many aspects of, for example, the tide dryers are looking into this kind of doomsday capitalistic projection on profiting from nature when the ice is melted enough, which is the Finnafjörður industrial harbor in the northeast. So to also learn a little bit more detailed in the micro movements of how the ecosystems are responses to this current shifts is interesting to linger a little bit with and to take it in those, not go 50 years ahead and have all of these prospects of different sailing routes and the complexities and that are involved in seeing profit with global warming. This is this is interesting also to learn more how the Arctic soil, as it was meant, is quite good as a platform to have these research.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah. No, it's just, I'm also just intrigued, right, because also coming from, I'm also just interested in who's funding your research, right, which is European, and it's, of course, there's so much money in Europe for this kind of also environmental and kind of ecological sustainability research, much more in Europe than in the US, for example, right? And then in Pakistan, there's also that type of funding exists, but then that's totally global north funding guys under development, right? Like, we must train Pakistanis in agricultural techniques for a difficult future, But at the same time, it's also kind of bizarre, right? Because at the same time, there's also all this other funding happening for this kind of building of ports and kind of, creating further sustainable forms of extraction, whatever that means. So I'm also interested in how there is this trap, right, that we're all training kind of this double bind of somehow also finding ways to live, but also kind of implicated in these histories and structures and that space. Yeah.
Right.
That's it. I don't know how to answer to that.
No, I have
think
not
it's a little bit out of my spectrum. But yeah.
And where the data that is being collected is being published in papers, and then
Yeah.
that's being presented.
And also it's open source. Even the
Okay.
data, I think people can access it.
Mm.
It's part, so our funding, it's part of the Marie Curie grant. It's a European Union funding, Horizon 2020, something like that. And yeah, and one of the different rules we have, like we have to have open data and open access to our publications. So that's something that will be for everybody, I think so, to access if they want to. So yeah. And also we are like different, we have different spectrum in the project. So we have like soil scientists and the plant scientists, and others working like with the fluxes between the atmosphere and plants and soil. And we have like technology people which like fly with drones and use like machine learning or deep learning to
And are you collaborating also with like
We
researchers
collaborate
in
all
Alaska
together.
or like northern Canada and stuff?
sorry?
Are you also collaborating with researchers beyond Europe, like northern Alaska or like Canada?
During conferences,
Okay.
when we go present our results or research, we do collaborate. I had the last conference in December, the British Ecological Society, where I met other researchers working on Arctic environment and plant phenology, like in Greenland. So we meet other people doing the same maybe research, or you find someone doing like same interest as you, or like outside the spectrum, like with design. So that is completely outside my spectrum. I'm like, yeah, why not? So I'm also learning with this exhibition. And and this is also a good thing to do, because outside you also know how to talk about your research, because everybody's hearing maybe about global warming, but sometimes you don't know how to act, or you don't know what exactly the scientists are doing, but the money is going somewhere. So yeah, it's also nice to talk about the research, to make it known and saying that like, yeah, the money is not just going somewhere, people are really working on it, and we're trying to communicate too. Which is a challenge, because sometimes it's hard to talk to other public about your research in non-scientific terms, and you're like, yeah, how do I do this? But yeah, it's a nice experience, and yeah. And this one PhD student I really recommend when she finished, she's her thesis, like she's really like the social scientist, so she's kind of, I would say, studying us, the other 14 PhD students, and how we interact and everything. So basically I'm really interested in her research. She's called ESR 15, her name is Virginia. So I would really recommend maybe in 1 year or 1 year and a half or two to see her research in this project. And that would be great, because I think she's more like an artist person, maybe the terms of art you were talking about, but yeah.
This is doing research about your research, or like gathering.
That's how I understood it. I'm sorry. Because she kind of interviewed us, and we talked together, and she kind of sits down and listens to how we speak with our supervisors, or interact between us. So I'm like ESR 7 in the middle there with the green, and I interact with ESR 2 and 10. So sometimes when we do our meetings, she's there to listen how we interact together. Or maybe if you are like presenting something, she's listening and like, okay. So I don't know what exactly she's jotting down, but I just know she's there. But I'm really curious of how it will come out, because I'm really interested in her research to like others, but this is new for me. That's why I'm kind of advertising it. So yeah.
Maybe a new exhibition, a new exhibition.
Oh, definitely.
Lisa said perhaps someone should have been also researching the
Exactly.
research. Maybe Phoebe will do.
I don't know about that.
Give us a report.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the work of this program is quite interesting, and also this very particular spot, right? Because with the earthquake in 2008, there was, some ruptures in the earth, creating more warmth and geothermal heat in the area. So that is the reason that this spot has been so concentrated for this. Yeah.
Yeah. So they did like preliminary research to see like what's happening first, like 2011 or something, and in 2013 they started like doing real research, and now we have like publications that came out from 2013 to 2021 now, and they have been like ongoing like yearly measurements that have been taken, and now it's like we have this big consortium that added to the other one because the other is like 400. And then we have like the future Arctic that comes in, and it's kind of growing and growing, which is nice. And yeah, and I think if you went to Feregerdi, one of the sites is near Reykjadalur. There's the hot spring, and the other one is near the swimming pool in Feregerdi.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, so one day, oh yeah, you just go somewhere there. Yeah.
Which the swimming pool which one of them? In the hotel or the other one?
So you see like this the gardening school where the banana house is.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's not far, like this small forest. So it's just near the forest where the first grassland is. We call it like the short-term warming, but yeah. And then the other one is still a bit, you have to hike the other mountain, not the way to Reykjadalur, but the other mountain. I think it's called Grindadalur or something. Yeah. So any day you go to the south, just give a call. I can show you everything around.
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, when we set up, please feel free to have some water and coffee. And next up would be Viola and Anja. I'll give a deeper introduction, or you yourself later. And this is going to be a talk about migration and plant, briefly. Yeah.
not like measure your plants because you do things but you don't know it's a concept like people really studied and I'm like I was impressed when we were talking yesterday because she was introducing and she's like wait a minute I'm presenting tomorrow I'm like I'm there I'm listening to what you're talking about.
And yeah, we really need someone that have this like that knowledge that we don't have because we only can observe things and I can just analyze them from my point of view, and then Anya have anthropology methodology.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I mean, I actually, this is what was my feeling like. I love knowledge about the plants. So talking about my plants, I just take what they want. So when they say like they don't find something nice, you leave them. Although sometimes it's that they don't know what to look for. Because they do grow nice. And then I know about them.
Yes, those. Yeah, very good.
I came from printmaking mostly, but now I'm working with polymer installation. I mean, I'm coming back to work on that after the space and the time to develop what I want. So yeah, but
Getting more into sculpture. I have just like background in Iceland, so I do the 3D. Right? Yeah. And things that so and some painting, but yeah, now it's like really sculpture.
okay, that's nice.
Yeah.
That's cool. There are a lot of people working with textiles. There's also the going she also works with textiles. Yeah, she does some. Yeah, you will see her soon. No, Friday. Yeah.
So I think we'll transition to our next talk, our conversational platform. I maybe put a little bit more coffee in the back, so we'll have that for our next break. I hope your coffee is enough. So our next talk is going to be on migration and plants. And we have here today Viola Judowska, an art worker.
Yes.
I love that term. And they might give a further introduction to themselves as they start to speak. And I'm Winchester. And she is a anthropologist, PhD researcher at the Iceland University. So please, yeah.
Thank you. Okay. I will start. So I will start with like a little bit of an introduction. So yes, I'm an art worker. I'm based in Iceland, but I'm from Poland, so I am Iceland. And I am working mostly in my practice with topic of most economical migration, working class migration from geopolitical area that can be called East Europe, and I also talk about in my practice about the post-Soviet identity, and also in these terms, migration plans. I in general I like to research migration not only as I like to research migration as very often a phenomenon that it's like kind of not only it's multi-species, interspecies phenomenon, and yeah, so that's kind of briefly, and we start working together. Okay, so yeah, so we started working together last year, and Anya can say why and where.
I mean, I just say one sentence about myself. I'm not artist. So I'm maybe not very confident, but I am an anthropologist, and I've been studying migration, and mostly exactly like labor migration of Poles. But I can say, like Viola, a little bit provoked me to think about to use plants in a sense to think about migration. And so what we are presenting is more like a work in progress. I mean, exactly as it was 1 year ago when Viola was doing exhibition in or curating exhibition
Mhm.
in Hafnarfjörð with another curator. It was more about, well, it was called Community of Sentient Beings.
Sentient beings, yes.
So again, I was thinking, how could I contribute? The whole project was more about intersection of different species and like multi-species assemblies or
Communities.
Interspecies sociability. So I was trying to think about migrants and their kind of relation with plants and identity and so on. And we kind of focused on Facebook group there is a group that's called Islandia w ogrodzie in Polish, which means Iceland in the garden, and it's collecting Polish migrants that are living in Iceland, and they exchange different kinds of tips how to grow, what's possible to grow in Iceland, where to come seeds. I mean, they are also posting, I'm going to Poland, do you want something? So I mean, they are using this site also, like recently, how to build those small greenhouses close to house. I mean, there's all this kind of support group. I mean, with with exchange of information and also exchange of the pictures. The presentation that we have, it's entirely based on the pictures from this Facebook site. I hope I'm not breaking any copyright rights. I mean, it's a public site, so I guess anyone can access it and see it. So what we now present, it's more like some emerging topics. I mean, in context of migration and plants. So I mean, one topic that we are seeing is this kind of context of, as I kind of title it, we are what we eat. And I mean, food specific tastes from childhood dishes we consume with family, all this constitute a powerful affective memory, a sense of home and identity. And there is this saying, we are what we eat, which usually refers to this fundamental role of the food as a source of nutrition and necessary elements to build our body cells. It's often quoted to encourage health diet, careful selection of the products that we buy. But this saying is really true. Let me just start with some of those pictures. In kind of more symbolic sense, the role of the food for our culture and social identification and the sense of belonging. Taste, smell can easily trigger memories of home. And many Polish migrants that I have talked to, especially those that moved to Iceland in the beginning of the 90s, they often observe rather poor variety of fruits and vegetables that are available in Iceland. And different taste of those vegetables are often referred as tasteless. So even there are tomatoes in Iceland, they are often said to be tasteless. And similar about fruits, and most of those things are imported to Iceland. And I don't know, but I mean, it's very likely that this kind of longing for certain tastes encourage some of the people, some of the migrants to actually grow their own, to make the dishes that they miss from Poland. I mean, of course, it requires skills and it requires also access to field, but many migrants actually, many Poles are living around, small communities, they have actually access, and again, this is the picture from one of the gardens. So, and those are actually pictures from most of those here, those are from one particular person I have interviewed in 2003. At that time there was, she lives in West Fjords, so I think it's maybe even less everything there than, or worse than it's in Reykjavik. And she was walking me around her garden and showing all those things, and she said, like, isn't it just like Poland? So, because this is another kind of topic. Often when I ask people what they miss fruits, vegetables. So yeah, and so observing this, those pictures that are posted by the members, one cannot prevent having this impression about the effort migrants put to change or adjust the place they are living and the effort to inhabit space around them. Icelandic nature tends to be described. Keep looking at fruits. Icelandic nature tends to be described by migrants as scarce. It stacks ice adjusted to different kinds of different kind of aesthetics as empty. People say like there is nothing in Iceland, but. And let me quote one of the migrants that I interviewed also in 2003, and he's living also, or he was at the time, in the West Fjords. And he says, so I was very disappointed because practically speaking, water terribly cold, shore black, ugly, with a lot of stones. Then the fjords is maybe green, but only during the summer and only during a few months when this grass comes out. There are no trees, only bushes. I saw once a documentary about Norway, so I made such association that it had to be equally wonderful and beautiful here. It turned out it's sad. Houses are worse than in Poland, run down and plastered, dirty. There are no fences, there is no greenery around. So it's sad, it's just sad. So one wonders if the effort to grow all these flowers and bright flowers from home in the garden, it's a way to compensate this lack of colorful meadows that are typical for Poland, to domesticate Icelandic landscape and to make it more like home-like. And make, sort of domesticate this unfamiliar landscape. And so then comes this question about how migrants are actually interacting with Icelandic landscape and this potential influence they have. This is one of the things I don't know. It would be nice to discuss with you because they are bringing things and growing, and I don't know if they have a potential of growing out. But there is also this concept of purity purity seems to be often a key word when discussing Iceland. We often hear, we migrants, about pure Icelandic air, pure water, pure nation, and pure language. And this pure seems to stand for exceptional and intrinsic future of Icelandic character, pure as not contaminated by foreign influences, truly Icelandic, authentic. And since the character of Iceland is molded by Icelandic nature, it should then resist time to maintain unique Icelandic identity, immune to change, to refer to this exhibition. However, some of these gardening practices by migrants seem to inevitably interfere with Icelandic nature and the landscape. So we have migration of people, mostly labor, often perceived as just temporary migration, but actually it has or it may not only have impact on Icelandic demography, but I mean, this was one also of the things that made me interested. I mean, how it affects the landscape. I mean, I'm saying it's usually contained with the gardens of these people, but potentially can spread. And so I mean, and also even walking in the town or small towns, one see sometimes in those gardens with color of flowers. So I mean, it is some kind of intervention in this landscape, I would say, even if it's the urban arrangement too. So those are some pictures from the gardens. And this also comes to this mobility of plants and mobility of seeds. And many of those plants migrants buy in Iceland, I think, but there are many they are bringing with from Holland. So, I mean, it's not illegal as far as I know. I mean, those are seeds in the the rules not to bring things from outside. It's mostly related to those that have roots or soil, and it's mostly not to bring some microbes, right?
Yes.
So yeah, there is also one of the purpose of this group is exactly to exchange which seeds have the potential to grow and how to protect them so they can survive in Iceland, so to say, to survive Icelandic weather and Icelandic conditions. There's a lot of discussions about this. And I wanted to finish this presentation with a quote from the book. It's a book by Stefano Mancuso. He's Italian botanist specialized in the plant neurobiology. And he wrote, "We know very little about plants, and quite often the little we think we know is wrong. We are convinced that plants are not able to perceive the environment around them, while in reality, quite to the contrary. They are more sensitive than animals. We are sure that plants belong to silent world, deprived of ability to communicate, but instead plants are great communicators. We are convinced that they don't carry any kind of social relationship, but quite the opposite. They are exquisitely social organisms. We are above all absolutely certain that plants are immobile. On this point we are immovable. Plants do not move after all. Just look at them. Isn't that big difference between animal that is animated, endowed with movement, and the vegetable organism exactly that? Actually, we are wrong about this one too. Plants are not immobile at all. They move a lot, only at slower pace. So although the plants are typically rooted, their seeds travel, and migrants can be this vehicle to bring them. And then just a question, I mean, what of this can actually domesticate in Iceland and become more somehow typical for Icelandic after some years. So thank you.
Yeah. And I will just maybe talk about more like aspects of the visual thing and like why we kind of emerging this work in progress project and what's happening with it. So the first result was like we had this. I was curating this show co-curating with Hubert Gromne in Hafnarborg last year, and we wanted to have exactly like also invite people that they not necessarily artists or art workers, but we invited poet, and then we also invited Anya. To have different perspective of idea of what is community, and especially the idea of the interspecies communities. And then when we were talking, I kind of had this idea because also our idea of curating in this particular way was like that we wanted to deconstruct who is the curator, and because we both are artists, we wanted to also create something for the exhibition. And because I'm also interested in the collaborative works, and I like to work in collaborate and not myself and co-create, I thought that I want to work with Anya. And we started talking, and then I created this installation called, we created this installation with your, you were nurturing my ideas with your research. We all need sun, us and them, wszyscy potrzebujemy słońca, my i oni. And it was the first, it was just like a bench, a recycled bench or that was filled with pots, recyclable pots, that there were like seeds inside that they actually of the plants that those migrants are planting in their homes and the gardens. So they're planting it in the homes and the gardens, and people could take those spreading out plants, like visitors could take it home. And I thought about I wanted to call it "We all need sun, us and them," to question who is us and who is them in terms of like who is us in terms of belonging to the community. Do the plants belong to our community, or who is us in terms of just us like locals and migrants? So that was kind of a question. Then I was generously offered a space in this exhibition. So there is another version of this. We all need sun, us and them, just over there, but only with the seats. And it's also people can take the seats, and it's exactly the seats that have been used for this previous show. And what is the future of this? Well, we want to definitely research more. We want to work with botanists and people that they have knowledge exactly about the plants. I definitely going to work more with the plants, and my next, like I was like talking about it yesterday. I was just back in Poland when I was created kind of a workshop / happening, I would say, with Maciej Kwietnicki. We created in Contemporary Art Center in Poland. It's called Nowosiejki, which means kind of, it's a new word kind of in Polish, which means the new seeds or something like this. It's a play, it's a creation of, it's a new word. And we leaded workshops when we were planting herbs, healing herbs, that they are like connected to Ukrainian healing medicine with people that arrive from Ukraine. And that was one of so they were planting it in the pots to take it in the places that they spending time right now. But in a couple weeks, I'm going back to Poland to actually do to plant with those people kind of a healing field in the middle of the city with those herbs. And so that's kind of the future of it. I am also going to research for one of the exhibition in Poland, lupin, that it's here because it's kind of like also a migrant plant that become kind of symbol of Iceland in the terms of the visuality and recognition, but it's quite new. It was like emigrated in the 60s or something. So that's kind of. It was recruited. It was chosen. It's a chosen one, but they didn't control it. And so we definitely want to do more research about this, and we will see where it goes. We hope to research more. To have because there's more and more aspect. We were talking about it before, just like we started talking. Like there's plenty of people, migrants working in the farms. They being the labor that they nurturing the plants that then Icelanders and people living on this island are eating. So we maybe would like to also talk with them and like kind of those aspects of growing things here in Iceland, and like maybe the agricultural industry, because like very often those plants that they are being connected to migrants, they are the plants that they are actually to eat. So so thank you.
I'll open up for discussions. Maybe I'll just start also first. A little bit. that sentence, so beautiful describes, so sad, just so sad. I really this should be the next campaign of Promote Iceland. That's really, I really related to that comment. So thank you for reading also that extract. Yeah, and I think also from the project perspective, of course, like this colonial report that was given out in 1772 has been used to define like what kind of plants or species belong to this island. So any kind of plants that comes after that period is termed as invasive even or not belonging. And you mentioned also the lupine, which is very, it's termed as an invasive species,
Yes.
which is quite debated and conflictual polarized points of viewing that, because it also does bind the deserty grounds of Iceland and allows trees to grow. So yeah, just as a reflection and extension of what to tie it to the project.
Just want to make one excuse. I mean, I use this quote. I mean, it is kind of maybe striking. I mean, there are of course many migrants that appreciate Icelandic landscape, but I think there is one thing about talking about the beauty in terms of mountains and valleys and this kind of natural formation, and then about exactly plants. And he moved long before this huge tourist boom in Iceland, which I think also affects the way how migrants perceive Iceland. This is one thing, but another thing is that it's still kind of recurring that people are mentioning there is no flowers, there is no colors, and there is not many maybe plants. But actually, we discussed it with Viola. I guess there are a lot of kinds of mosses in Iceland that probably we don't even have, or for sure we don't have in Poland. So I mean, it's not about how big variety in this. It's just like how different it is and how people don't recognize. So, I mean, how they are sort of immune to see certain things in Iceland because they make this constant comparison, which again, I mean, it's kind of part of experience of being migrant, this kind of constant comparison.
Yeah, and I also read a recent article that was sort of pointing out that actually this desolation is sort of also that notion of this barren landscape is also very much part of the identity, national identity. This is also what makes it unique and, you know, the exotic north in a sense, and it also gives the groundwork for the narration of this being a Mars or any other planet, you know, this kind of exaggeration of that and being the landing space for, or where the astronauts for Apollo 11 exercise, etc. So you could say that some people you don't want the beautiful purple flowers in the lupine to hold on to this image of identity, and which I think it's important to debate and conflict.
I think it's also interesting, like for me, working with topic of migration, like the process of having a plant, it is something that actually settles you down in the particular place because it is growing and it takes time. And very often when we talk about like labor or like labor migration, which is a big part of Polish minority here, that's the working class migration. It is something that it's very often those people, like from Anya's research, like they very often saying that they came here for 3 months, they always going, they always will go back, like they are just like basically just having their luggages over here, but then they start having plants and start like gardens, and then like bam, it is like 10 years they living here. But and this is like from my perspective, it is kind of something that actually it's grounding them, that they are just like the plants setting down roots here. So that was also interesting for me, and that's why I got interested into migration of plants and with people.
Questions from the audience? greenhouses. It was quite like colorful, impactful, and exactly like maybe I haven't been in such much presence with that kind of visuality of plants in Iceland. So yeah, it was really good to see.
I mean, I also had some pictures now when I was staying in the north, and there are also some gardens where, I mean, in the east north, not the west. I mean, there is also this interesting part of it about these assumptions also between, what Poles are saying about Icelanders and how they care about plants and also what they grow and how to distinguish the garden of the Poles own or Icelanders. So Poles being more colorful and going for flowers and so on. But it's if it's a part of this kind of other discourse, how we perceive the other person. It's just something that I would need to kind of more look.
And then I just remember one story actually also like from the East North about one woman that she was working, and she was working in like the gardening department of one of the places, and she was like telling a story of like that she managed to actually have like in one of the places in this small city like grow roses. And she was so attached to those roses, telling those stories, and there was something that was actually this gardening or working for this gardening department was nurturing her, making her happy, and it was just something that also because the roses died, and then she was so emotionally connected to this particular plants that she put in a public space. So that's also what is interesting me, those emotions connected to the plants, and kind of like making spaces, if it's available and it's of course legal, to have it making it similar or something, to be connected to the urbanistic in this term, the urban nature.
Maybe you could tell us a little bit about the image that you have with your seeds.
Oh, that's Anya knows the story about it, because the image is actually from our friend and the garden of our friend in the Vesturbæjar. And you know the story of the plum tree, because that's a plum tree that was seeded here in Vesturbæjar.
Well, I think it was also interesting because this is our friend was renting flat with the garden where there was this plum growing, which is not very typical for Iceland, I guess. And for her it was a little bit also when she was telling about this plum to me, it was really like a metaphor of a migrant. This plum fighting to survive in Iceland and adjusting to Icelandic weather. So this was like one level, but then another level I actually contacted, it was planted by a foreigner.
Yeah.
Unfortunately he passed away, and the woman who was telling me the story, she was also saying they were putting a lot of effort to make it grow so it will not die despite of the weather and so on. And then after this, her husband passed away. It was the only year when it had fruits. And I felt like when she was saying this, she was a little bit embarrassed in a way, like how to interpret it. But this again, the story shows this different, this intimate relations that we have with plants, and this also would come with this quote about communication and it was maybe in my sense it could be like it was also a way the tree was mourning for the person that passed away, that was giving so much care for the tree to survive. So that's why we have this picture.
That's why we have the picture of this plant tree.
And Viola, what you were just mentioning, that you want to share more about this workshop that you were mentioning with the healing plant.
Yeah, the healing plants. So I was talking about it a little bit yesterday. So as I said, like it is called Novosheiki, and it is. So it's also part of the project that we are in, Common Ground. Like artists, there are 5 artists from Poland. Like it's also a side note. It's really funny how you being a person living in Iceland but coming from Poland, very often being you always like negotiating, or somebody else negotiate your identity. Because in this particular project I kind of was refused to be Icelandic. I was put it on the side of Poland, so maybe that tells you a little bit about the Icelandic art scene. So I'm on a Polish, and we were like kind of asked to do like different workshops with, and it was planned long time ahead that we're going to work with Ukrainian migrants, and it was like planned like 2 years ago. We choose like a foundation to work with, and then because the situation, we all know what is happening in Ukraine, we kind of adjust, and my idea was I start to research. I found a paper about like healing medicine traditions and legends, and I work with 2 girls from a they are cultural workers from Kharkiv, that they are they are refugees and they're living in Torun, and they helped me to translate legends about healing plants. And then we organized those workshops, and as I said, we were like planting the plants in the pots so they can take it home, and they can also nourish those plants, but also like in the future plants who can nourish them if they want to. And then that was kind of, and also the idea is that because as you might know, like there was always almost 2 million refugees from Ukraine coming to Poland. So we thought about it like the process, like how to, in a sense, make spaces and make the nature and surroundings, the city that they are staying, or this particular group, kind of theirs. And we thought about planting things in the public spaces, and that's what's going to happen. And it's also like the other aspect is that we not only do it for the people that they run away from the war zone, which it is really hard to say about it, but it's basically we also want them to meet locals, like the newcomers meeting locals. So the part of it that would be, we want to also the process of the seeding, like the plants and in the public space would be also the process of like kind of getting together, getting to know each other. So we're going to organize like food stand and stuff like that. So it would be all like, so because like we want to get people to meet each other and then to let it grow, and then also people can be allowed to harvest it and using it, and so that's one of the things. And then of course I'm currently also start to research migration of animals regarding the war, because I witnessed myself at different railway station people with the animals, and the animals so exhausted that people were carrying them. And then I also thought about which animals are being allowed to migrate, to run away from the war zone, and which are staying and being actually the victims of the war. So it's another aspect that I'm going to work. It's not plants, but it's like this my interest of the interspecies migration, and especially in such a huge crisis as the Russian invasion on Ukraine. So it's going to happen at the beginning of May, when we also need to get the permissions to seed it and like get the land. It's kind of like there is a green light, but there is like of course procedures that they need to happen, and it was quite well received, this idea. Like people want to continue, like the Ukrainians that they came to the workshop, they want to continue this process, and they want to take part in the further like gardening. And then I'm thinking about like this that actually there is a story of people, refugees from Ukraine, that they actually started by themselves just taking care of one of the parks in Poland. So maybe something like on the side that like people want to interact with the nature, and like kind of getting into like also urban nature, and like I don't know, it's just something that also came to my mind. Yeah. Thank you so much.
One last one. You are going to bring the looping to Poland also.
Yes, also that's the thing. Like I'm bringing the looping to Poland. There's going to be exhibition in Webuła in Wrocław that I am a part of, and like it's also I'm really adjust to this topic. We all did sun, like in terms of plants and people. So I had to talk with researcher from Akureyri University that he did his PhD about the looping. And he's also Polish. So it's really funny that I think it's funny coincidence, like a Polish person researching looping, that is also this plant that just arrives in the 60s. So yeah, and I was asked in these terms to be an Icelandic artist, and I'm going to actually seed lupine in Wrocław. I'm going to bring the seeds, so it's kind of also like kind of a backwards thing to take something like in terms of like we all need sun. That it's a return migration. It's in somebody migrating from somebody migrating from west to the east, and and then I'm also going to tell the story in collaboration with gardening department of City of Reykjavik. We will see. Thank you.
Yes, I will bring you some hot coffee, and now it is and after the break we will hear from Ariana Liebert-Hauptmann, Inuit Microbial Food Waves. So that's going to be an interesting talk. We'll bring you some hot coffee. I'm happy to introduce Ave Lippert-Hauptmann, and I'll just read briefly her bio, and she will as well introduce a little bit her practice and give an introduction to her topic. Ave Lippert-Hauptmann is a PhD. PhD is a
That's okay.
Kalalak microbiologist. Her research connects microbes, Inuit food waves, fermentation, and food sovereignty. She is currently an assistant professor at, help me again,
Ecology-as-intersectionality, the University of Greenland.
Yeah, and a visiting scholar at the University of California. So, please, Alia.
Thank you so much, Lisa. I will share my screen. When I share my screen, will you be able to see me at the same time? I hope so. Can you just let me know if you can see me?
We see you, but in a very small kind of section. You could possibly expand on it a little bit. I'll see the window. Yeah.
But it's okay. Yeah.
There you go.
Most important is to see the slides. I think it's not about me. It's about what I'm going to be talking about. But thank you, Lisa. Thank you for inviting me into this really incredibly interesting seminar. I've been following just a little bit because it's been quite early in the morning, but I will watch the whole thing afterwards because it's really, I saw a bit of the talk before and it's really amazing. The platform that you've created, and I know it was created a long time ago, so it's interesting to see how it's sort of like the things that come up are so relevant to the situations that we have today. With the Russian invasion and with COVID and everything. So I will introduce myself briefly also. My name is Eliaya. I have a PhD in microbial metagenomics and a background from the University of Copenhagen in general biology. So I'm not an artist. And for the past 5 years, I've been a postdoc at Ecology-as-intersectionality, the University of Greenland, working around what Disa said, microbiology, our traditional foods from Greenland, and food sovereignty. And I'm also currently a visiting postdoc at the University of California, Davis, where I am right now, so that's why it's early in the morning for me. And at UC Davis, I collaborate with scholars in microbiology and in Native American studies and feminist science and technology studies around the work that I do on Inuit foodways. And I'm just starting up a new lab at Ecology-as-intersectionality that I call ESSI, Inuit Microbiology Lab. And it's in the context of that today I want to be talking about immunity of pelagic Inuit foodways. So pelagic is what we call ourselves in Greenland. We're part of the circumpolar Inuit community. And just in case you don't know, Greenland was colonized by Denmark, like Iceland, about 300 years ago. And in contrast to Iceland, Greenland continues to be part of the Kingdom of Denmark today. Okay. So the title of my talk is this, Immunity of Pelagic Inuit Foodways, and I've really latched on to this concept of immunity for the purpose of this talk, and I've really enjoyed thinking about the space that I work in through this idea of immunity. Just a second. I want to change the slides. And while working on the talk and thinking about it, I found that immunities is a really nice way to actually have a decolonial approach to talking about our pelagic foodways in Greenland. And I think about that in two ways. One way is that when I think about immunity of our foodways, how our foodways are resistant towards introduction of foreign foods, it's a way for me to talk about the strengths of our foods, the resistance of our foods, and that's something that a lot of indigenous scholars are moving towards, this strength-based approach, as opposed to what we could call a deficit-based approach, because a lot of research about indigenous peoples and indigenous cultures and indigenous places has been deficit-based. thinking about how we are in a deficit, how we have problems, how the Arctic is so full of issues that researchers need to come in and help solve. But that's something that we're moving away from now. Instead, we want to talk about our strengths and who we are in a much more nuanced way. So that's one way how immunity is a nice way to take a decolonial approach to talking about our foodways. And then there's another way too, and that is when we talk about how our foods are resistant towards imported foods, for instance, imported foodways. It's also a way to emphasize that our foods exist, that our culture exists, that we as indigenous peoples exist, because that's another narrative that has dominated the sphere of indigeneity for a long time, is that we're disappearing, and in that way almost making us disappear from having agency and from, you know, having a voice. So I really enjoyed thinking about this work through the lens of immunity, and I hope that you'll see how that makes sense in the context of this presentation. And I will be talking about immunity as a sort of a metaphor for how our Inuit foodways resist the introduction of foreign foodways. But I'm also going to be talking about immunity as the actual physiological cellular response, because the work that we do in the SE Inuit Microbiology Lab, the work that I've been doing for the past 5 years, really exists. I have to apologize, there's some background noises setting where you hear, and there are kids and dogs out there. So the work that we do exists in this intersection of colonialism, food, and microbial ecology. I'm a microbiologist, and I use microbiological methods to understand our foods and to see them in the context of colonialism. And before diving into the work that we do, I want to give a little bit of background and introduction, because we've known for a long time that the foodways that are being and have been introduced by colonialism into Greenland are pathogenic. And this is a nice quote to illustrate that. These are some Danish researchers stating that our investigations confirm that the diet, when composed primarily of the natural Greenlandic foods, what they call the rural diet, and when calorically sufficient, is of far better quality than when the diet contains greater amounts of imported foodstuffs, what they call the city diet. And this is from 1955, just showing that we know that our traditional local foods are healthy and of great quality, and that when we introduce foreign foods, it has negative consequences. And some of the negative consequences that are actually measured, there are a lot of negative consequences that aren't measured, that are cultural and spiritual, but some of the consequences that are measured are the physiological consequences. So this is an example. About 2 generations ago, we practically did not have diabetes in Greenland. And in just 2 generations, we now have a 10th, well, this is in 2002, so this is probably on the rise, but in 2002, a 10th of our population had active diabetes, and this is well known to be a consequence of the introduction of foreign foods into Greenland. So I want to talk about this in the context of immunity, and I want to use these 2 parts of immune system. So as human beings, as animals, we have 2 parts to our immune systems. We have the innate immunity, something that we are born with that is similar between all of us. And when I think about that in terms of foodways, I think about foodway innate immunity as spaces where our food system they have inherent features that make them resistant to the introduction of foreign foods. And then we have an adaptive immune system, which is something that evolves through a lifetime. When we have an infection, the adaptive immune system learns to recognize that infection. And when transferring that to the concept of foodways, the way that I think about it is those are features where we are consciously resisting the introduction of foreign food, or mindfully resisting the introduction of foreign foods. So I want to go through some points where I see innate immunity of our foodways. And this is one example. What you see on the photo here, I'm just going to move the photo view over so I can see the photo. What you see in the photo here is a celebration of the 21st of June. It's our National Day in Greenland. And when we celebrate, like on the National Day or on birthdays or other important days, we eat our local foods. We eat our traditional Inuit foods. We call it ólængi. And what you see on the photo is a frozen halibut and some sealed blubber. And the reason that we eat these foods on celebrations is because they're such important parts of our culture, such important parts of our identities, and that I see as an inherent thing that makes us resist eating imported foods on celebrations. This is just a way to show that these foods are very important to our culture, these foods are very important to our identity, so these are the foods that we choose to eat when we're celebrating. But it's important also to note that there is an element of resistance that is necessary because this photo is taken at a school. And at all schools in Greenland, there are posters that say what should a child eat to be healthy. And I just want to, and you can see it here in the background. And I have a larger version of it there. And what you see on this poster that hangs on all schools in Greenland, it says, food, it's important to eat healthy, to be alert in school. And what you see on it is a salad with some tomatoes perhaps, and some black, could be raisins, and some traditional Danish rye bread, some grapes, and a pizza bun, and traditional Danish lunch, rye bread with some topping on it, and an apple. And except perhaps from the fish that could be used as topping for the rye bread, none of these foods are indigenous to Greenland, none of these foods are native to Greenland. They're all imported foods. So we tend in Greenland to have this signal to our population that healthy foods are foods that we import. We have not put the frozen fish on this poster for some reason. So what I want to say with this is that there is a need to have some resistance because there's a push towards increasing the amount of imported foods in our food system. And then there's another aspect of innate immunity, which is just Arctic logistics. It's very difficult to get fresh vegetables and fruits, for instance, to the Arctic. This photograph is from a vegetable aisle in northern Greenland, in Granau, and this quote, fresh apple was the only fresh plant-based food, meaning that it wasn't frozen or dried, but as you can see, it's not very fresh. And it was the only thing in the whole vegetable aisle. So one way that Arctic foodways are inherently resisting imported foodways is just being difficult to reach. And of course, when you go shopping, I know it's not necessarily like that in Iceland because you have quite nice production of vegetables yourself. We import some of the Icelandic vegetables to Greenland actually. But around the coast of Greenland, you will very often find that the, quote, fresh vegetables and fruits are not fresh anymore, and they're very expensive at the same time. So that's a way that we are not actively, but just inherently resisting imported foods. And then the final piece of innate immunity that I want to bring an example of is this concept that we call gimmilik in Galashisut in Greenlandic. And gimmilik, as it says here in Danish, means that which has power in it. And it's a concept that can be applied to many things. It can be applied to words that are powerful, to songs, to human beings, to all sorts of things, including food. And it is very much applied to food as well in Greenland because we have this understanding that our foods, our local native foods, are powerful. They give us strength. And I brought this quote that illustrates that very nicely, and I apologize, it's in Danish, but I'm going to translate it. What this quote says is that When we eat Danish food, of course we like it. It's a kind of diversity, but it's notable that there isn't so much power in it. Even if you've eaten Danish food, you get hungry right after. And what it says in the brackets there is that everyone agrees with him. So this is someone from a settlement who said this. And this is an idea that I've come across in my own research. I was in northern Greenland to kick off a gut microbiome project, and some of the participants in the project said exactly this. It's so disappointing to crave Danish food, and then when you eat it, you never get full. So I see this as another way that our bodies are actually resisting imported foods, because when we feel a need to feel full and feel strong in the cold, for instance, our bodies tell us to eat our local foods. And then I want to move on to the concept of adaptive immunity, areas where we are consciously or mindfully resisting the introduction of foreign foods. And this is one example where we have to consciously resist, because what this picture shows is from a family celebration in my family, and the green eggs here are eggs from the eider duck. And it's been illegal for many, many years to collect eider duck eggs. So when people do this, they are very consciously knowing that they're resisting limitations to collecting our own food. So there are, of course, areas like this where you have legislation against exercising some of the local culture. And I'm not saying that that's necessarily a bad thing, and I'm not encouraging people to do things that are illegal. I'm just saying when you are collecting these eggs, you are mindfully resisting that. And these eggs in northern Greenland, they're actually fermented as part of a very elaborate fermentation culture that still exists in northern Greenland. And this is how they look like after they've been fermented. And just to make sure everyone's on board, when you ferment something, is human beings collaborating with microbes to make food. Foods that are fermented are foods that are made with microbial intervention. And this beautiful thing is a fermented eider egg. And exercising fermentation culture in northern Greenland is also a way to mindfully resist this colonial disruption of Inuit microbe relationships. So now I'm going to move into a little bit more concrete the work that we do, because what we're interested in the SE Inuit Microbiology Lab is Inuit microbe relationships, and specifically Inuit microbe relationships around food and around culture that have been or are at risk of being disrupted. So one way of having adaptive immunity is by mindfully resisting this disruption of Inuit microbe relationships. And one way to do that is to continue to do the fermentation practices that we do in Greenland. But the thing is that, again, here there's an important element of resistance that needs to be done, because I would say our foodways in general, being animal sourced, are needing some counter-resisting. But I would say the resistance from the outside is particularly strong around our fermented foods, and there are many historical examples and current examples and examples from popular media that demonize our fermented foods, and in that way actually pushes us away from our fermentation practices. But we're resisting that, we're continuing to ferment. And I want to bring just one example here. What outside resistance, as an example of outside resistance to our fermentation practices. So this is from a Danish professor who was a professor in Greenland for many years. And what it says here is that what he's saying in this quote is he's explaining why we have fermentation practices in Greenland. And he says, a serious complication was that salt, an absolute necessity, was available only in small quantities. And this had consequences for the conservation of meat. To a certain extent, this could be compensated culturally by declaring rotten meat as a delicacy, and establishing the rotting process as a culinary factor. A great deal of half-rotten or more than half-rotten meat has been eaten in Greenland under the pretense that that was just how they liked it and how the real good old Greenlanders preferred it. However, this socially useful masquerade could only be upheld within limits, for completely rotten meat was extremely dangerous and even lethal to swallow. So I usually say that I would find this quote hilarious if it wasn't so offensive. And what it does is it takes away agency from us in determining why we eat our fermented foods, but it also underlines this aspect of food safety, that there are food safety issues with fermented foods. And that's not necessarily untrue, but it's just not explained in this context why these issues exist. So for me, I feel that there's really good reason to have this piece of adaptive immunity to resist stop doing our fermented foods, to continue to do our fermented food ways. And I have this sort of
Sorry, there are technical difficulties. I'll just try to return that.
That's okay, no worries. I was following along, I know that I'm live, so it's no kind of problem. I'm streaming.
Okay, so maybe we can.
Did I manage to finish the positive feedback loop? How far, when did you,
I feel like we
where
were
did you
just
cut off?
starting there, yeah.
Okay, great. Are you ready again?
Everybody ready? Yes!
Well, glitches. So I was going through this, just explaining that fermented foods can be so important to the concept of food sovereignty in Greenland, and because it is a way of resisting outside ideas of what foods are good, what foods are delicious, what foods are not rotten but fermented. And the most important point here is that resisting outside ideas of our fermented foods being not good is a way for us to continue having the knowledge of how to prepare them, and that's so important for these foods to be safe. If we lose that knowledge and we want to do the fermentation practices without having learned through generations how to do it, that's when we have food safety issues. Okay, and of course these foods are incredibly nutritious, full of microbes, full of important metabolites, so they're part of food security as well. And there's an understanding in our community that microbes are important to food, which I find very fascinating, and that's what this quote illustrates, and again I'm going to translate it. This is someone talking about our foodstuffs. And they say, also because our foodstuffs, they're not sterile in a good way. I want to say it's one of the finest cuisines that we have here. And it's even without additives. So what this quote points towards is the idea that our foods are not sterile. Our foods are not industrialized. Our foods are made in nature, if you want to call it that, what we call SC, and this is where the SC Inuit Microbiology Lab comes from. SCMI is the non-urban environment. This is where we will go hunting or camping and fishing. We go to SC. So because our foods are made SCMI, they're not sterile, and we have an understanding that that's a good thing. And it's very interesting to see, because this is not an academic person interested in the microbiology of food saying this. This is a community member talking about their own foods. But in the field of microbiology today, we're only starting to understand that this is true. And not knowing how much you know about the whole concept of the human gut microbiome, but human beings, animals, all have microbial ecosystems in our intestines and on our bodies and everywhere, but especially in our intestines. And that ecosystem is incredibly important. And what we're understanding today is that Western foodways, the foodways that are introduced into Greenland, for instance, through colonialism, are actually destroying the human microbe relationship existing around this ecosystem, that we are destroying this ecosystem in our stomachs because we are eating industrialized foods. And part of that whole idea is a hypothesis called the Old Friends hypothesis. And the Old Friends hypothesis is the idea that human beings co-evolved with microorganisms, that human beings have important relationships with microorganisms, and some microorganisms, including parasites, are particularly important because when our bodies interact with these parasites and microorganisms, it helps us to adjust our immune function. And non-well-adjusted immune systems, hyperactive immune systems, is what causes asthma, allergies, eczema. Even diabetes and depression have been linked to overactive immune systems. So this quote is so amazing because it illustrates an understanding that human beings need to have relationships with microorganisms. And that's also the foundation of this project that I'm doing together with my incredible colleague, Inge Hustsiding, who's the head of the Institute at Idisimatusopi. We have this pilot project called the Forgotten Friends Project, that trails through, together with a student assistant called Camila, we're trailing through archives and historical literature and more current literature to see how Inuit microbe relationships have been disrupted through colonialism. And I've brought this photograph here from the Arctic Institute that shows two ways that might be interesting for us to discuss. And one is the dogs. We would not be Greenlanders, we would not be in Greenland were it not for the dogs. The dogs brought us there. And we've had this very close relationship with the dog for thousands of years. And in the field of microbiology, we understand today that children who grow up with close connection to dogs actually tend to have better balanced immune function than children who grow up without dogs, because dogs are dirty, because dogs have microbes. And just being exposed to that high diversity of microbes is a way to keep a better stabilized immune function. And then there's another part of this picture that's important to note, and that is we used to live in soil, just surrounded by soil. This cabin is built from soil. And we have a better and better understanding now that soil is a very important source of microbes and molecules from microbes to human beings. So I wanted to show this piece of scientific literature. Here's not the work that we've done, this is the work of some researchers from Finland, and please don't read through it, I'll explain what it's about. But in this study, it's very interesting. They did an intervention in daycare facilities for children, where they took some urban daycare facilities and then divided them into two groups. And one of the groups, they had an intervention where part of their outdoor environment were covered with forest floor. So the children were able to play on forest floor, interacting with the plants, the soil, and the microbes, and all the molecules from the microbes in the soil. And what they saw in the group of children that had this intervention, they actually enhanced their immune regulation. And this is just some specific molecules they're looking at there, but there are millions and millions of molecules in soil and microbes in soil that might impact us in a positive way. And through colonialism, that is a relationship that we've disrupted, because we no longer live in these soil cabins. I actually did spend one summer in, because my great-granddad had still one of these cabins, and the weather was so bad, we were summer camping, so all of our family members had to move into that soil cabin. So, I mean, they still exist, but it's not something that we live in on a daily basis, because of course today we live in houses. And then I want to bring some of the results that we've published that also point towards some very interesting human microbe relationships in Greenland. And one project is around the amestic, the capelin. It's a small fish that we eat. Usually we dry them whole and then we eat them whole. And there are a few points of human microbe relationships that came to us from looking at the dried capelin with microbiological technologies. And one thing that we did was that we compared what microbes are on the dried capelin when we dry them in our traditional ways, acini, in nature, compared to when they're industrially dried. And what we saw was that when we dry capelin in the environment, we have a higher diversity of microbes when compared to when the capelin are dried industrially. And this is of course natural, because the purpose of industrialization is often to remove microbes. You can never actually remove microbes, but you can certainly lessen the diversity of microbes that exist on a certain food. And this is not to say that when we eat traditionally dried microbes that they're full of healthy microbes. That would require a lot more research to be able to say that. But it's an important point, because we need to discuss what happens when we eat only industrialized foods. What kind of microbes are we feeding our internal ecosystems with when we're eating only industrialized foods, compared to what we used to do and what we still do in Greenland, eat foods from the environment. And then there's another point down here, that there's a potential content of propionate. And propionate is an interesting molecule, because it's a molecule that's often used to argue that if you want to have a healthy gut microbiome, you need to eat plants. You need to eat plant fiber, because when that plant fiber gets into your intestines, the microbes in your intestines will break it down, and one of the byproducts is propionate, which is a molecule that's important to intestinal health. But in Greenland and the circumpolar indigenous communities in general have eaten very few plants and basically lived almost entirely off animals. So for me, it's interesting to see cues that there might be a production of propionate in some of these dried fish, because that would make it sort of an animal-sourced source of propionate. And then the final microbe-related point is that it tastes like home. And the reason that I've written this is because there was a certain type of dried capelin that comes from a specific area in Greenland, from the Disco Island, where the community and the family there that eats this particular type of dried capelin, they said this is tastier than all other dried capelin. And this is a concept that's very strong in Greenland, that the food where you come from is the tastier. It says that they have a stronger taste, a more powerful taste. And then finally, there's a point that I always bring up when I talk about the capelin, which is not part of my research, but it's just an important point to emphasize, especially when talking about colonialism and colonialism and foodways, is that capelin has an incredibly high amount of calcium because we eat it whole, including its bones. And it is such that in Greenland, we still officially recommend children to drink half a liter of milk a day, even though half of the Greenlandic population are lactose intolerant. And capelin, which is an easily obtainable food in Greenland, a local food, has almost 10 times as much calcium per gram as milk does. So if you want to have as much calcium as you would from half a liter of milk, you would need to eat about 6 of these dried fish. So. And then the final thing that I just want to highlight is the study that we also published a few years ago on the hunting microbiome, so the microbes on the foods that come from hunting. And we looked at dried meat and a lot of other things, but I want to highlight this type of food specifically because it's a fermented food. So this is the content of the caribou stomach. The caribou, the reindeer, is a herbivore, so it eats plants. So its stomach content are fermented plants, and this used to be considered a great delicacy in Greenland, but it's actually quite rarely eaten today. And there are so many things that I could say about the stomach content, but for the purpose of this talk and in the interest of time, I just want to note that this is an interesting fermented food because it exists without any human control. It is essentially fermented by the reindeer, by the caribou. And as human beings, we're leading it up to the caribou to do this fermentation and trusting it. And this is something that distinguishes our indigenous foodways very much from the foodways that are introduced into Greenland, the industrial foodways, where control is really everything. So just as a maybe encouragement for dialogue afterwards and a sort of conclusion, I see that a very important aspect of our adaptive immunity in our foodways is that we mindfully resist by choosing ecological trust over industrial control. That we choose to trust in human microbe relationships and not try to control them or eradicate them. And of course, trust comes with risk, but what we're understanding in the field of microbiology today is that the industrial control also comes with a risk, and it's harming our intestinal ecosystem, it's harming human microbe relationships. And what we're not understanding very much yet is what are all the benefits from ecological trust? What are all the benefits that were from the human microbe relationships that we have been moving away from, especially in the Western world, but some of these relationships still exist in Greenland. And as a final conclusion, that is really about understanding the strength of our foodways as they are in Greenland, and that's essentially the purpose of the research that we do in the SE Inuit Microbiology Lab. So, thank you very much for this space. I feel very privileged to be able to talk today, and I really hope to have some chance to interact with you now, just for a few minutes. If you have any comments or insights or questions, I'd be really happy to hear.
Thank you so much, Ariane. Yeah, I would just like to ask any questions in the audience. Yeah.
Was it? Sorry. Yeah.
Do you hear us okay, or I'm a little bit far away from the computer? I'm not sure. Is it fine?
I can hear you. Yeah, it's fine.
I find it also really interesting, that quote that you mentioned in relation to the salt and the introduction of salt in the verse, because that's I can connect that also quite much to the research project, one of the research projects in the exhibition, and that was in the tradition of saltfish. So what we learned with the collective heading Iron, Gunpowder, Humans and Sugar, that actually the tradition of saltfish didn't come until like 760 to Iceland. Before that it had been dried. And the reason for that was because the Frederick V, the Danish king, had recently bought the West Indies islands, and saltfish was used as a food source for people in enslavement. So he sort of ordered or established that industry in Iceland at that time. And in the Travels in Iceland book, they are also in that collaborative, connective interchange with the king. They found ways of making salt in Iceland. Previously that had not been the case, with boiling seawater, which gives them more heatings. So, and also today it's interesting, I was just out in the store with Aziz, who's I'm hosting now and is a part of the project. He's now here in Reykjavik, and I was remembering now, salt industry now in Iceland is almost like this kind of hipster brewery tradition, like everybody's making these new traditions of salt or ways of making salt. So that was one reflections I had with your talk, and yeah.
That's so interesting. And just hearing little snippets of the other talks, I feel like there are so many interesting interconnectedness. And also I know that this talk is very much in contrast to the previous talk, talking about immigration, where this is about resisting a little bit, but it's different because we're talking about colonialism. And yeah, so I wish I was there to meet you all and to have lots of conversations. But yeah, there are no comments or questions.
You said.
Do you hear, Ariel?
Do you hear? You said in the talk that you said, of course, now they or we live in houses. So.
Sorry, can you repeat that? There's an echo.
You said somewhere in the talk that now, of course, we or they live in houses.
Mm.
So, and what did they live before? What was the conditions before for this, let's say, 3, 4, 5, even 10,000 years? So when did they start living in houses?
So yeah.
We said you just want to make one comment concerning that, because in Iceland we didn't live in houses until recently, same thing. But when it comes to microbes, the microbes come from the houses. It is a fermenting ground for microbes and processing food in Iceland, like making skyr and different other things. The microbes came from the houses, or before we started living in houses, it didn't come in the houses, it came in the dugouts we lived in before. So how did they live? How did the people in Greenland or the circumpolar people live before they started living in houses? Is it a backward step, or is it a forward step, living in houses?
I think it's neither. It's just not the same. So it can be. I try not to think in dichotomies like that. Not wanting to say that one thing is good and one thing is bad entirely. Of course, it was in some cases a great advantage to move into houses. But in other ways it wasn't, because we have issues with houses too today, that the housing traditions that have been introduced into Greenland are not well adapted to the Arctic climate, so we have a lot of mold growth that are making people sick. But just to answer your question, that before, and it's like 2-3 generations ago, that there were some still people living not in houses, and were moved into big, communal houses, little apartments. And we used to live in tents, and these, I'm not sure what they're called in English. In Danish we call them travhytter, but soil cabins made from peat. And then of course when traveling you would create the igloo, that's very well known, the igloo or igloo in Galactus, just means house. But that, so in the wintertime when you were traveling for hunting or going to a different area, you would create the snow houses. But in the summertime, you would be living in tents made of caribou hides. And then in the wintertime when you were settled, you would be living in these soil houses. And once the summer came, you would open up the roof of the soil house so that the sun and the wind could sort of clean the house that you've been living. A lot of people inside the soil cabin for a whole winter, you would go through the step of cleaning it. So I'm not saying that all microbes are great and you can't get sick from living in a soil house, but I'm just saying that there are some things that we have lost in the transition into living in urbanized houses.
Yes, there's a lot of mirroring between, I can hear from the food tradition and also housing, and this question actually came from a specialist in the Icelandic turf house, so I guess he was also trying to navigate your viewpoint on that tradition of housing, and what you even say with the molding situation of new compartmentalized house is also what we need here in Iceland.
So just to comment on that, the board, literal translation to English from Icelandic for the Icelandic houses for 1100 years. As you say, soil houses, we in Iceland took it a step further, we call it mud holes. So we are on the same page.
Yeah.
So somehow we managed to live in mud holes for 1100 years. And many of the people that lived in the mud holes, I knew many of them, they came some of them almost 100 years old, and even few people stepped over the boundary of being 100 and something from eating food processed and made and stored in the mud hole. So moving into a house is sometimes not an advantage.
Great, and thank you for that comment and question.
Any further reflections of today's talk?
I know it's late in the afternoon for you all.
Have
a break before the big T.J Demos event.
Right, yeah, we might have some coffee before that, but very interesting talk. I'm very appreciative of your contribution and
Thank you for
learn about this, your approach to your food culture, and it's really interesting. Thank you.
Have a great event, everyone. I hope to have a chance to meet you all some other day.
Yes, okay. Thank you. We will have a break, and then at around 5 o'clock, our last talk of today and of the event is going to be T.J Demos speaking about Ecology-as-intersectionality, as the event itself is titled, a key speaker, and he will touch upon that concept but also expand on it further. So, see you in about 15-20 minutes. There's some refreshments there. I can make a new pot of coffee if needed. Yes. No. to even name the whole event in relation to his concept Ecology as Intersectionality. He graciously also allowed us to have one of his recent articles, Extinction Rebellions from 2020, presented in our catalog and translated partly in Icelandic by Snorri Páll Jónsson. I'll give a brief introduction to Demos and then give him the word. So T.J Demos research focuses on the intersection of contemporary art, radical politics and ecology, particularly where art, activism and visual culture oppose radical, colonial, extractive capitalism, and where they work towards social, economic and environmental justice. He is the author of numerous books, including Beyond the World's End, Art of Living at the Crossing from 2020, Duke University Press, Decolonizing Nature, Contemporary Art and Political Ecology from Sternberg Press, 2016, and Against the Anthropocene, Visual Culture and Environment Today, Sternberg Press, 2017. Then I'll just give you the word, TJ, as I've learned I can call you, but we're excited to hear you talk today, so please.
All right, thanks, Disa, and welcome everyone. It's great to be here, at least virtually. I wish it was in person and that I could have participated in more, but owing to the time difference, it's been really hard. So I'm gonna just share my screen. Hopefully you can see that all right?
Yes.
So Disa asked me to speak about this approach to contemporary ecology that I've been developing and working with for the last few years. So I'll speak for about 20 minutes about what this is and why I think it's important and urgent today for a range of reasons, including just conceptual complexity and the necessity of looking at things in ways that are comprehensive and broadly anti-systemic. In other words, not narrowly defined as a single issue-based politics, and also why that's important strategically in relationship, say, to some of the political and activist objectives of aesthetic practice and contemporary art more broadly. So this is an image of Hurricane Maria, a satellite image, overtaking Puerto Rico and the Dominican Republic, Haiti, and Cuba in 2017. You can see the islands outlined. And this is an event where we're increasingly witnessing extreme forms of weather that are disastrous, that involve the ocean, that involve islands, that involve contemporary forms of extractive capitalism and its modalities of social and political inequality, exclusions, and disenfranchisements. So for me, this has been one case study in terms of how artists and communities and activist political organizations are attempting to deal with this. And let me just mention a few vectors of interpretive debates that this brings up. So the image here is a media image that shows Irma Maldonado in her house, or what remains of her house after the hurricane struck her home in Corozal in Puerto Rico. So she's standing with her parrot on her shoulder and her dog on the steps. So the hurricane basically completely wiped out her entire housing situation, rendering her displaced or houseless. And I want to think about this in relationship to what Rob Nixon calls slow violence in his book from about 10 years ago. He says, a central question is strategic and representational. How can we convert into image and narrative the disasters that are slow moving and long in the making, disasters that are anonymous and that star nobody, disasters that are attritional and indifferent interest to the sensation-driven technologies of our image world. So there's a range of questions that Rob opens up with his analysis, and it's been quite influential within environmental studies and political ecology. We know, but I'm really interested in paying more attention to this notion of temporality of disaster and what Nixon calls the attritional aspect of slow violence, a kind of violence that is under the radar of a sensation-driven media sphere. So when it comes to images like this, right? How do we actually address the kinds of violences that are at stake here? Violence that's both quick and punctual, but also the violence that's attritional, that's infrastructural, that has to do with the juridical political realm, that has to do with economics, that has to do with Puerto Rican debt, that has to do with the larger economy and Puerto Rico's relation to the US, with analytics that allows us to comprehensively address the representational challenges of these types of climate breakdown events. So another challenge here is how to deal with causality and what we could call complex causality. For instance, this is a report in the Intercept that also addresses Puerto Rico in relation to disaster capitalists taking over Puerto Rico's electric grid and privatizing it. So in this case, we see that the power generation, electricity, infrastructure on the island is deeply entangled with neoliberal economics. Its austerity budgets, its attempts to privatize and remove the national energy grid and democratic control by its citizenry, and turn it into a kind of site for economic investment by hedge funds and vulture capitalist firms to try to exploit the conditions of what's happening in Puerto Rico. So in this case, when a hurricane strikes the island and takes down the infrastructure of the energy grid, how do we understand that, right? It's not simply the result of a natural disaster. It also has to do with the kind of infrastructural resilience and durability, or lack thereof, owing to the kind of economic logic of neoliberalism that often privileges profits of shareholders over the security of its infrastructure by investing in upkeep and things like that would keep the electric grid running even through an extreme weather event. So Bruno Latour addresses agency in this text from 2014, agency at the time of the Anthropocene. And he says, the point of living in the epoch of the Anthropocene is that all agents share the same shape-changing destiny, a destiny that cannot be followed, documented, told, and represented by using any of the older traits associated with subjectivity or objectivity. Far from trying to reconcile or combine nature and society, the task, the crucial political task, is on the contrary to distribute agency as far and in as differentiated a way as possible. So this is, I think, an interesting proposal. It's important in terms of addressing forms of complex causality and its differentiated, distributed modes of agency. But on the other hand, it remains, for me, kind of abstract and doesn't ultimately get to the specificity of, for instance, what we were looking at in this image of the causality that we can chalk up to disaster capitalists, specific vulture hedge funds, the financial industry that's privatizing and investing in Puerto Rican resources, but also indebtedness on the island. So I think Latour is, for me, an interesting and important model in terms of this distributive and differentiated modes of agency, but often it remains too determined by the interests of the kind of networked agency that ultimately loses track of political traction because it's dedicated to spreading its network agency as far as and wide as possible. But the question, one additional question here that Latour raises is how does causality enter into questions of representation? And I think that's another challenge for visual practices or contemporary art politics when they deal with political ecology. Like how do we represent, how do we deal with you know, coming up with ways of analyzing and visualizing conditions of causality. Limits of cultural imagination is another way that we could think about approaching this. Again, in relationship to Puerto Rico, we have scenes of these disasters and areas where there's entangled scenes of natural, cultural, climate breakdown and environmental transformation. There's another writer that I'm interested in, Amitav Ghosh, who in his book, The Great Derangement, Climate Change and the Unthinkable, that came out a few years ago, he writes, if certain literary forms are unable to negotiate those torrents of climate breakdown, then they will have failed, and their failures will have to be counted as an aspect of the broader imaginative and cultural failure that lies at the heart of the climate crisis. For let us make no mistake, the climate crisis is also a crisis of culture, and thus of the imagination. Ghosh, in this book, The Great Derangement, is really interested in fiction and literature, and it's the ways in which literature has engaged and analyzed and represented climate breakdown. And he's seeing, in general, there's been an imaginative and cultural failure in representing the crisis. And that he sees as something that is really important, because if we can't represent and imagine conditions of life during climate breakdown, then we can't, how can we possibly address them? How can we possibly think of modes of mitigation and adaptation and stopping the complex causality? Like, you know, I think this is something else to deal with in terms of the representational challenges when it comes to climate breakdown and how that can lead to a connection between cultural failure and political incapacity or debilitation. So I see some of these, you know, these elements of difference and conflict within environmental studies itself. So this is another example. We could look at other cases as well. But this book, Keywords for Environmental Studies, came out a few years ago, and it offers a useful dictionary or vocabulary for understanding environment, ecology, climate. And I just want to pick out one conflict that I see in the book that is never addressed as a conflict in the book, but I think speaks a lot to divergences within current environmental studies, and including when they enter into cultural forms of practice. But this is one definition of ecology, and it's coming from people who are experts within the physical and biological sciences. So ecology, according to this definition, is a biological science addressing the relationality between non-human organisms and their natural environments. So what's interesting about this definition is that it is largely dedicated to the more than human realm and completely excludes questions of, say, a network distributed causality, or slow violence, or the cultural failures of representation when it comes to climate breakdown. It's really quite a niche market of ideas that are existing within this reserve of scientific study. So that's from Keywords for Environmental Studies. And in the same book, there's another definition of ecology, but one that is political ecology. And this is coming from the anthropologists Mario Glazer and Arturo Escobar. According to them, political ecology addresses the interrelations among nature, culture, power, and politics, broadly speaking. With this definition, I'm showing an example of one project called Petropolis by Brian Holmes that provides one example of a way to visualize this kind of political ecology by looking at the oil industry in the Chicago area of the United States and how it connects to industry more broadly, the military-industrial complex, and environmental crisis within the Midwest of the US. But this kind of definition is completely different from the ecology of the natural sciences. This is more of an environmental humanities or social science-based approach to ecology that insists on these interrelations, which include politics and power. And I think this is really crucial in overcoming the narrowing of environmental studies that we also see at times within artistic practice and activism as well, where ecology is often understood as a concern of more than human interrelations between organisms and their environments, rather than looking at this complex network of power and politics, nature and culture. And that's what I'm trying to do with providing some further language in terms of a methodology of looking at ecology as intersectionality. Intersectionality is a term with a extensive history, especially in the US. So I'm not sure if it's entered into Icelandic discourse or European discussions more broadly, at least not extensively as far as I've seen. But it's a really useful rubric for understanding, I think, ecology in more of a political ecology sense. So this is a term that African American activists during the 19th and 20th century have taken up as a way to understand interlocking systems of power that include class, race, sexual, disability, oppressions, and how they impact those who are most marginalized in society. So the intersectionality, in other words, refuses to look at simply experience as dominated or determined by racial oppression, because that is ultimately connected and imposes itself on how class and sexual oppression also occur. So in terms of an understanding of violence more broadly, this is a comprehensive way of understanding the interlinking modes of oppression and power dynamics that bring together nature, culture, power, politics in a really important way. So people who have influenced this understanding go back to writers like Bell Hooks, the Combahee River Collective, an important queer, black, feminist revolutionary organization in the States in the 70s. Gloria Anzaldúa, someone who has written about the US-Mexico border zone and the kind of complex spatial geography of that area. Kimberly Crenshaw, an African-American legal scholar who's dealt with and coined the term intersectionality, really provided a useful theorization of it in the 1980s. Angela Davis, W.E.B. Du Bois, figures who are really important to the Black radical tradition within the US, and important precisely because they're providing this intersectionalist analysis which I think is so important. So I've tried to mobilize this in a variety of different ways. One is through the Center for Creative Ecologies that I've created and run at University of California, Santa Cruz, where I'm based. If you're interested, you can sign up for the newsletter. There's not a lot of email that this entails, but I do report occasionally on the center's activities. This is an image on the website that shows the work of Nabil Ahmed and his investigation of Indonesian military crimes in West Papua as an important forensic architectural study in anti-indigenous extractive violence in South Asia. I've also deployed this methodology in my recent book, Beyond the World's End, Arts of Living at the Crossing. And I'll just give quickly 3 examples in the book that attempt to take up this notion of ecology as intersectionality, or the kind of critical, comprehensive, anti-systemic methodology of analysis. So I'm looking at projects like John Acontra's Vertigo Sea, this triple channel installation that looks at what some have called the blue humanities, the space of the ocean, in this case the Black Atlantic, that has a history of migration, of ecosystem breakdown, of species extinction, of slavery, of racialization throughout the history of the last 100 years of modernity. And it's a really interesting project where I'm trying to suggest that historically there's been a divergence between studies of the Black Atlantic that have really stressed intrahuman forms of inequality through racialization, the economics of slavery, brutal violences of the afterlife of slavery in relationship to current forms of migration politics, the militarization of the oceans. So it's largely focused on the human. In other words, there's an anthropocentric dimension to Black studies, to migration studies, to the Black Atlantic tradition. What's interesting about Acontra's work is he's engaging that, but also bringing it together with blue humanities, looking at the more than human realm, the relation of human forms of racialized economic violence in connection with the industrialization and militarization of the seas as a site that impacts heavily through forms of, again, quick and slow violence, the more than human realm under the waters. So it's a piece where I think offers a case study in ecology as intersectionality, something that's simultaneously social and political, but also cosmopolitical and invested in dealing with questions of the more than human world at the same time. Just a few more examples of Acontra's Vertigo Sea. There's also the second example is Angela Melitopoulos' project Crossings. This was in the last Documenta in 2017, and it's a project that looks at extractivism in Greece and how mining sites and neoliberal economics correlate with forms of geopolitical displacement in terms of the migration crisis and how it connects to forms of labor oppression, the history of exploitation, going back thousands of years to forms of slavery in antiquity, and how this is all connected and interconnected through an intersectionalist analysis to current forms of migration struggles with specifically these militarized and highly abusive migrant camps that exist in Greece still to this day. So the piece is a really interesting and important exploration of how environmental violence ultimately connects to social and political displacement that has a long history, not only within capitalism, but going back thousands of years. Finally, there's Ursula Biemann's Deep Weather, a short video from 2013 that considers the Canadian tar sands as one of the largest extraction sites in the world, and investigates what she calls carbon geologies, using all sorts of visual approaches to representing this scene of tremendous environmental violence when it comes to extractive technology and the fossil fuel economy, and connects it to distant places like, in this case, Bangladesh's Brahmaputra Delta, and how that area of the world is dealing with a crisis of sea level rise and submersion, saltwater intrusion into drinking water supplies and aquifers, and how this is a major social crisis for people living in coastal Bangladesh that signals a crisis of climate breakdown that's very much in our present. And what's interesting is, again, to come back to this question of complex causalities, how Beeman connects what's happening with carbon geologies within petrocapitalism in the Canadian tar sands, and locates that as not a simple or single causality, but one of the important determinative mechanisms that is responsible for this kind of sea level rise and global ice melt that is that ultimately owes to the burning of fossil fuels. So she's looking at large-scale macroeconomic and extractivist processes, and also the micro-political effects on social forms of community life, specifically how people, largely on a volunteer basis, are gathering together, packing these bags full of mud, and basically building up their coasts to protect themselves from sea level rise. And it's a really extraordinary piece of how the differential distribution of resources creates similarly differential levels of intensity of impact when it comes to climate breakdown, also between the corporate and transnational and capitalist causality compared to the grassroots community forms of vulnerability. So these are just three examples of where I'm trying to deploy ecology as intersectionality as a way to understand these distributed networks, these complex causalities, to gain political traction, and to try to think along with these artistic practitioners in making sense of what's happening today, to identify the forms of violence, to try to come up with ever more effective and emotionally moving and conceptually incisive forms of representation, so that we can deal with this crisis head on. So, Disa, I think I'll stop there, and happy to talk more with Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you. Some questions from the audience online? Yeah, thank you so much for your talk, J.J. Demos.
Can I just say hello to you? Because I'm here.
Okay.
TJ, can you see me?
You'd have to come closer
Should I
to
come
the
on?
mic.
Okay. It's funny because. Can you see me? Can you see us?
I can see. Yeah, I can see the room, so I see all of you.
It's Aziz. How are you?
Hey, I'm good.
But
Yeah,
I don't
how
know
are
if you
you?
remember, but we met in Karachi. You came to Lahore.
That's right.
Yeah. So it's just funny
Yeah.
that you're here now. Yes, and it's funny because you met Zara and Sean, and they're in this exhibition. So I just wanted to say hello. It's like cool.
Yeah, I wanted maybe to touch upon also as an elaboration on your talk and also your article, Extinction Rebellions. Can you hear me okay?
It's kind of there's a lot of echo, so it is a little
Right.
hard for me to hear.
Maybe a little bit better now? I'm closer to the mic.
That's better.
Yeah, and there's one point I think about in the end of your article, Extinction Rebellions, where you talk also about this way of relearning how to be sensible. And it was really nice to me to meet that sentence, as in when I was formulating the project, sort of the title of the project was related to that exactly, like it's immune or ÓNÆM in Icelandic, and ÓNÆM could be translated as just directly insensitive. So how we as a collaborative practice would really learn how to be sensitive or find another sensibility towards our relationality to ecologies, and as you said, these complex causalities that intertwine. So I thought to ask you if you could elaborate a little bit about that point you mentioned in your article.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. So this is a term that has multiple valences or meanings within English. Sensibility. Right. Literally, if you break the word down, you can separate it into the ability to sense. So that helps to focus on capacity and ways of educating or building skills or becoming, somehow working toward increasing our collective abilities to sense. So it's not just sensibilities in a kind of common sense or intelligence or smartness, but also a capacity that we can share or lack. That also depends on our backgrounds, our educational resources, our class basis, and what kind of collective preparedness we have. So for me, the term connects to also something that Donna Harroway has come up with, and she develops this in relationship to responsibility. Responsibility being a term similarly that's complex and I think generative in the way that she discusses it. It's not just our commitment to another person or to a community or whatever, but also an ability to respond, right? An ability to respond that also depends on current levels of resource and forms of collective resilience and economic forms of support. In other words, these are terms that are highly, I think, attached or indexed to larger economic matters. So when other people have made this point, and I agree with it, that the alarm around climate breakdown is happening at a time historically when our dominant economies have been most dedicated to neoliberal forms of austerity budgets and attacking social welfare and collective resources, whether it's in the form of healthcare, which is in an absolutely dismal state in the United States, but also education. In Puerto Rico, there's another example of how this is inflicting tremendous harm in relationship to public resources like the electricity grid, but also education, healthcare, social welfare. All these forms of collective welfare are being completely attacked and privatized and turned into forms of commodity accumulation. So when we're dealing with a system-wide deficit when it comes to educational funding, and when we're seeing this growing pressures of putting resources into, for instance, vocational training and the sciences and mathematics, what happens to the humanities and social sciences and the arts? Are we not witnessing a kind of economic attack, a kind of neoliberal attack on our abilities to respond and to sense forms of environmental transformation? So this is kind of like, it adds up to a kind of unnatural disaster, a term that Neil Smits uses, which I think is really important. Again, if we consider the hurricane that struck Puerto Rico, it's not so much that that's a natural disaster, it's rather it's an unnatural one because of the recent history of the destruction of collective resources that turned that space into a disaster because the island was unprepared, the infrastructure was not resilient, the systems of social support and protection had been, suffering abuse for a while under massive indebtedness and neo-colonial domination that Puerto Rico has suffered. So this leads to thinking about how can we cultivate in ways that overcome the debilitation of neoliberalism, modes of sensibility and responsibility associated with it. How can we, as cultural practitioners, as artists, as writers, as teachers, as activists and organizers, how can we think about cultivating our abilities to sense in insightful, incisive, critical ways what's going on? So it connects, Disa, it connects to stuff that I was talking about in terms of the representational challenges of complex causality, or the representational challenges of slow violence, or the representational challenges of how to render visible these conditions of unnatural disaster. And this has a lot to do with how we sense things. So I think the more that we're subsumed within forms of social media that are dominated, as we know, by corporate globalization and the mergers and development of these mega corporations that are controlling our attention and controlling the way we do sense and shrinking it to the level of a small screen. We know that kids these days and new generations are completely immersed within the screen-based reality. What does that mean in terms of our collective sensibility and responsibility? This is another question that I'm interested in asking, but maybe I'll stop there and see if there's other questions.
Thank you.
I thought I could. Hi, thank you so much. Can you hear me? Okay. Okay. I had kind of formulated my question on a computer, and then the battery ran out. So I hope you forgive me if it comes out a little bit incoherently. But I was just thinking, if you kind of use the concept of intersectionality that comes out of the kind of the radical black context and use it, provocatively, as you suggested, for example, kind of combining what you call the blue humanities and the black Atlantic, what happens when you completely displace the intersectionality discourse onto, non-human relationships? Does kind of race always kind of seep back in? How do you kind of, I don't know, how does the kind of the radical black tradition kind of persist in that discourse? I don't know if that's a coherent question or not.
Well, I think that's part of the methodological and analytical challenge, is how to join up these two already very complex discourses, right? How to deal with, say, the black radical tradition that focuses on forms of intrahuman social injustice, with environmental studies and its focus on multi-species injustice. And when those two are connected, how do we avoid displacing one or the other? And I think for me, it's ultimately part of a necessarily complex and comprehensive analysis that I suppose depends on how it's practiced and what material what kind of research material we're looking at. Whether or not one of those different aspects or one of those different emphases within those kinds of discourses that are joined up are displaced or not. So I think, for instance, with John Akamfa's work, what intrigued me about the video is how he's not losing sight of say, forms of racial violence and its history, even while he's trying to open up an analysis to multi-species violence. For instance, in the way whales have been driven to near extinction through industrial fishing, specifically within the 20th century. So it's precisely what's, the way that he develops an aesthetic presentation that keeps these terms in play. So we're not losing sight of or displacing social violence with multi-species violence. So I think it's possible. It's exactly when these terms are displaced that I get concerned and see a potential space for a critical intervention in terms of waging a critique or writing about it in such a way. Like this came up in my Extinction Rebellion's article. For instance, when it comes to the movement Extinction Rebellion as an activist organization, part of the problem that I've seen in a lot of the articulations of Extinction Rebellion, there are differences between different chapters, but broadly speaking, there's this narrowing focus on carbonization in the atmosphere that Extinction Rebellion is dealing with. And it's forgetting about forms of, say, racialized social violence that are also impacted and exacerbated by environmental breakdown. And there's groups like Black Lives Matter UK and the social justice and anti-racist organization Wretched of the Earth that have also brought out these critiques, I think in really important ways, that show how Extinction Rebellion is, or at least risks, a kind of liberal environmentalism because precisely it's forgetting or disavowing or ignoring these forms of deep intrahuman social inequalities that historically have been racialized and connected intersectionally to a variety of different forms of inequalities. They're erasing that from their activism. And what you end up with is a kind of liberal environmentalism that focuses in a kind of telescopic way on carbon or greenhouse gases in the environment, not powers on the ground. And so that's something that I wanted to bring out in that article, which is an attempt to try to, well, in a conference case, this is a positive example of how an intersectionalist analysis takes place without those kinds of disavowals and remains complex and anti-systemic. And on the other hand, how Extinction Rebellion is an example of exactly that kind of disavowal, which I agree in terms of the direction of the question, or at least how I understood it, that is indeed a problem. So it ultimately comes down to how this is practiced, what kind of research material or artistic examples we're working with, which is why I think it's, as a writer or as a teacher or as a practitioner, it's important to consider what we're looking at, what we're thinking about, what we're spending time dedicating our energies to, so that we're attempting to not lose sight of these dangers and lapse into a kind of narrowing of discourse and practice.
Thank you.
Further questions?
And just to elaborate on that, you also speak about in your article exactly about the conflicts that can then happen within different environmentalist activist groups, exactly when meeting those contradicting points. I've thought as well, maybe if you could elaborate a little bit on your Center for Creative Ecologies. It would be interesting to hear further about that practice.
Sure. So the Center for Creative Ecologies is it's a virtual forum or platform that I set up when I moved to Santa Cruz from London in 2015. And it's carried out a range of research projects that have tried to, productively advance the discourse of the environmental arts. speaking broadly. And that means doing so in ways that continue to be politically engaged, connected to radical politics. Because ultimately, I think, something that often does not come out in environmental arts or cultural, ecological forums and discussions is ultimately the place of the dominant economic system in everything that we're seeing today. So how can we develop an anti-capitalist structural critique of environmental and climate breakdown? I think, for those who are aware of this, it's obvious, it's unavoidable. But nevertheless, global climate governance, climate science, and a lot of cultural activity that's dedicated to the arts of environmentalism doesn't often take that step and remains at a level that's detached from that kind of anti-systemic argument. So the center offers a place within a bigger institution where I can dedicate energy, collaborate with others, and kind of push the discourse toward these more speculative, but also, very political discussions that I think are needed. From what I see, I think it's making a contribution in terms of bringing together environmental studies, radical politics, and artistic practice and visual cultural studies. So recently we did a project that was about 2 years. It was a lecture series, a series of exhibitions, a film screening series, and it also involved postdocs, graduate students, and lots of collaborators. It was dedicated to the question, what comes after the end of the world, which is a big speculative question that I've been really interested in recently. In other words, as we know, we're surrounded by forms of catastrophism and dystopia, negativity that can be absolutely debilitating and overwhelming. Some people call this eco-melancholia. It can leave people without any, effective investment in political transformation, because for so many of us, after years of witnessing the failure of governmental politics, it's truly difficult to imagine any kind of meaningful political transformation. I realize things might be different in Iceland because you have I think a particularly enlightened governmental system with the leadership in Iceland these days. But in many other places like the States, it's absolutely just dreadful, and a lot of people are feeling completely hopeless. So this kind of apocalyptic thinking, this catastrophism, is something that I wanted to engage with and ask, how do we overcome it? How do we open up trajectories into imagining an emancipatory future? So again, to come back to Amitav Ghosh's point about cultural and imaginative breakdown, I think that may be true, but there's a lot of people at the same time who are imagining, who are coming up with a radical sensibility in terms of what an emancipatory future would look like. So the research project that the center took on was to invite speakers who are working at the forefront of, say, indigenous futurisms and anti-capitalist futurisms, queer and trans futurisms, multi-species futurisms, all different ways of understanding a kind of rejection of the catastrophe of the present and insistence on making a claim for an emancipatory future. So one of the trajectories was the history of Afrofuturism and how it's being reinvented and reinvigorated today, partly through work that is also, exploring an anthropocentric understanding of futurity. So we had, for instance, the work of Black Quantum Futurism. They're a Philadelphia-based collective that's dedicated to housing justice, but also thinking about speculative futurity in relationship to an anti-racist form of chronopolitics. We had them present within this research series. We had the work of the Red Nation. They're a really important indigenous revolutionary organization based in Albuquerque in the States, in New Mexico. And they talked about what they call their Red Deal. This is a plan for decolonization that complements the Green New Deal, but does so in relationship to, for instance, anti-US militarization, anti-policing. It's kind of an abolitionist, decolonial approach to social justice, coupled with an insistence on multi-species flourishing that is also broadly understood as anti-capitalist and revolutionary. So that was another resource. So we brought together lots of speakers, and this has inspired some of my work. It connected to my recent book, Beyond the World's End, and it's all recorded. So the center is partly an academic space. It's partly connected to community organizing. How can we think increasingly about art's connection to social movements and forms of collective organizing? I think that's also an important question that the center helps facilitate in terms of creating a space that's not only interdisciplinary within the academic setting, but also reaches out to community organizations and political movements. So, this is a very precarious and fragile space that isn't often taken up with any kind of meaningful durability within the, at least within the US academic context, especially as it experiences these threats, these ongoing threats of neoliberalization. So how can we, again, cultivate forms of collective sensibility and responsibility in terms of imagining a future beyond the end of the world? Or maybe, to invoke the Zapatistas who talk about a world of many worlds. Maybe we need a future of many futures. So how can we conceive of that? How can we address the chronopolitics of futurist diplomacy between different versions of the future? How can we avoid scenarios where one future ends up dominating all others? Like one world tends to dominate all others, at least within the current conditions of global capital. So the center continues. We're kind of in a transitionary moment right now, but since I've been at UC Santa Cruz, I have some PhD students who are doing really interesting work in terms of their own dissertation research. So I'm hoping that will provide multiple trajectories of near future research and Center for Creative Ecology's projects. So that's where we're at right now. I can also say it's really hard to run a center in the academic context of the States, especially at a public university. University of California is a public one. It's not one of the wealthy universities like the East Coast Ivy League schools. So funding is really hard, especially when you're dedicated to radical anti-capitalist politics. Like, where's the funding for that, right? This often comes down to people power, those who believe in the necessity of doing this kind of work and thinking about it together. But it's, I can say, it's very challenging structurally, including in relationship to art world politics, which go only so far in terms of offering material support to a kind of art and cultural practice that is ultimately structurally opposed to the commercial art world's interests. So that's kind of where we are right now.
Thank you. Yeah, just to though point into one of the comments you made about the Icelandic government, it's unfortunately it's not the case. It's quite the same kind of narration of catastrophic capitalism as well. But I hope to have you over to Iceland and then we can talk further about that. But yeah, any further questions in the audience? So, T.J, I think maybe we'll conclude on that point. And today, and either, or you want to comment on our unnatural disaster project that we have in our exhibition, as is our harbor failures.
Yeah. No, I'm just like, it's just funny because TJ met Zara and Shahana now. We have Zara's project here in Pakistan. But yeah, I mean, I think we're okay with the future collapsing of capitalism. So I think another thing we propose that capitalism cannot be like, you know, and I mean, I think the idea of failure for us at least comes from that queer art of idea of the queer art of failure and kind of thinking also beyond kind of success as like a given thing. But yeah, this is a great, I think, note to end on.
Yeah. Are you fine then, Didi, then we end on this note? Would you like to add something to our talk here today?
Yeah, just to, you know, I was invited to Lahore in Pakistan for the biennial a few years ago. And I was able to spend a little time there, also traveled to Karachi. It was an amazing trip, and also to learn about conditions in Pakistan, which I know are very precarious and really awful these days. It's hard to be hopeful in relationship to what's happening there. But on the other hand, it was really revealing of some of the, again, community-based projects that are attempting to think about forms of resistance and including learning about some of like China's Belt and Road projects that are impacting Pakistan in Balochistan in really interesting ways that are also new scenes of conflict. So I think there's that opens up an entirely different kind of optic onto what's happening in South Asia in relationship to not only the breakdown of the Pakistani state, but also Chinese interests in the area and a long history of military dictatorship, and asking what the status of environment is in Lahore is, again, completely different and very specific to that context. But it was really, I really enjoyed that trip and learning about the kinds of practices that are taking place there. So it's really, really interesting. I think to ask, you know, what comes after the end of the world in Pakistan would be, again, a different kind of question. I wonder how people would respond to that today.
TJ, and you know, Zara, who you met in Karachi, the work that she has in the exhibition here is Oceanic Feelings, and it's really powerful. Like, maybe we can send it to you online or something. It's like, because I know you've been in dialogue, but it's kind of actually looking at kind of like listening to these communities rather than kind of, because, you know, she's also talking about this visual surplus of the world in some way. And of course, as you know, surveillance is very heavy, especially on the coastal belt. And I mean, you came in 2018, so now it's 5 years later, so it's even more escalating at this point because, you know, there's like acute pressure on kind of finishing these projects. So Zara has developed this amazing work on kind of like listening to kind of old musical tales, indigenous life stories, even protests, recording the protests that are happening and the different kind of resources. And she and Shahana, of course, have been developing, I think, this idea of also like, because I think what you're saying is right, like there's a lot of doomsday predictions, but of course there's also a lot of ways to kind of dream of hope and optimism and living together. And even in the last 5 years, we've seen some really incredible new initiatives come out of Pakistan. Like now there's this thing called Karachi Bachao Tehreek, which means Safe Karachi Movement, which is really working with communities who like live, precarious communities who live across the rivers, which are being eradicated. And this is actually becoming quite intersectional work that is happening, like by which I mean class intersectional as well. So it's really interesting to see also how, even in the 5 years that you've come, that there's been, I think, a lot more understanding of environmental discourse in a place like Pakistan. And of course, I do think that somehow it seems like in Iceland, it's not part of the kind of necessarily the, you know, I think your exhibition seems to be the only one, you know, of the discourse, but it's, I feel like now it's happening in places like South Asia, it's quite a deep conversation around this, but of course the analytics are very different, right, and as well, yeah.
yeah, I'd love to see what Zara has been doing recently. So yeah, if you can send me a link, I would be grateful.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Great. So thank you so much for today, and it was really nice to hear your talk and also to expand on the article as well, and inspiring threads that you're working with and yeah, mobilizing. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you again for the invite, and thank you everyone. Yeah.